Now I'm in the right group.
Yes. You're here. You've made it. Okay, welcome to those that have made it to the February session. I'll go rescue the people in the January session in a moment. My name is Amy Mabius. I'm the best practice coordinator for community advocate or for community advocates for community access to recovery services. And I am here to talk to you about a little bit about MC3, just a couple of updates. Just remember that you can always find the updates for MC3 on the MC3 website. You don't even need to push .com anymore. It's literally just Google MC3 Milwaukee. And hopefully we'll get the right link in there next month. I apologize for today. If you haven't ever been here and you're wondering about the certificate of attendance always goes in the chat at the very, very end, and it is in the form of a link. And the link prompts you through some questions about today's session. And then when you're done answering those questions, it will prompt you to another link. And that is your certificate of attendance. So you can go ahead and download it or copy it or print it or send it to your supervisor. It is one of those certificates that you do add your own name. So just there's that as well. I want to talk to you about the theme for 2025, which is Chef's Choice. Change agents were randomly surveyed last year to share with us the topics they would like to learn about this year. There were a lot of requests for addiction and substance use, homelessness resources, which you'll hear about today, compassion fatigue, cultural diversity, just to name a few. This year, we will also take a closer look at being a change agent and if MC3 could benefit from a few tweaks. So be sure to look for those opportunities to share your thoughts and ideas. About today, housing is a key piece to health and stability, but is often challenging to find. Today's session will go through the three pieces to creating stable housing, and we'll review different housing resources in Milwaukee County. Our speaker today is Emily Kenney. She works here at the county as a strategic initiatives and transformation director. That's a mouthful, Emily. She has generously agreed to share with us her knowledge today. So thank you, Emily, for joining us. And I'm going to hand the Teams chat over to you while I go rescue some folks.
Sounds good. All right. Well, thanks everybody for being here. Such a big group. I wasn't expecting so many. This is amazing. So I was asked to talk about housing and homeless resources, and I will do that today. I also try to preface everything that I say with in regards to extra resources. My guess is that this group already knows what the resources are, and that's really frustrating because it's not working super well. And so part of what I want to end with today is talking about where we're headed as a Department of Health and Human Services, and thinking about how you might be able to help us be part of the solution around housing and homelessness. But I wanted to start with just a little bit about me for those that don't know me. I am a social worker, and very proudly so, and worked for 15 years in homeless and clinical services. The largest chunk of my time right before coming back to the county was with Impact in the coordinated entry system, which is the system that people who are experiencing homelessness and seeking housing services kind of go through in order to get housed. And I also have direct practice. So I worked as a street outreach worker and path case manager. I also worked in the benefits department, helping people get onto Medicaid services, SSI and SSDI benefits. Feels like a lifetime ago now. And but that is part of the, I kind of hearken back to that in my role now, working with all of DHHS on what our strategic initiatives are and how we can meet our strategic goals. That's a little bit about me. Can I have a show of hands? Have people seen the Milwaukee County DHHS 2025 to 2027 strategic plan? If you have, raise your hands or give me a thumbs up. Yay. A few of you. Oh, good. Okay, excellent. I will, while we're on a break, I will find some, I'll make sure that I can put the link to that in the chat so that people could check that out. We did just publish the next iteration of our plan. It's kind of building off of what our 2020 to 2025 plan was. So I'm glad that some people have seen it, and I want to make sure that everyone gets to. That was really my first 6 months on the job. At the end of last year was helping to develop that plan, and now I get to kind of help bring that to life. So today I want to talk about like what the puzzle pieces are for housing success. I do not have any, magic answers, but can talk through what has worked for me both as a direct practice worker and then when I at the systemic level working within coordinated entry. We will bring together resources around housing that so that we can share that out. I want to make sure that we take a break. This is a long time to be sitting in front of a screen. And then hopefully people will come back, though, to talk about the strategic plan and kind of our framework for how we are moving from where we are now to hopefully having better resources in the future. So 3 pieces for housing success. Okay, now I can't see you guys again, so I'm sorry. You're gonna have to see this version so I can also see the chat. How many, if you could put into the chat, maybe on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being, I've heard of Housing First, but I'm not very confident about what that is. And 5 being, I could teach the whole class about, a whole class on Housing First. Can you put into the chat where you might put yourself on that scale? Okay. So we've got some people that really feel like they know a lot about Housing First, and we've talked about it a lot. So that's amazing. So feel free to pipe in or put things in the chat if you're like, Emily, what you're saying doesn't doesn't. I think that I would like to add this piece to it. Doesn't fully explain what Housing First is, or something like that. For those of you that aren't as familiar, I do want to take some time to kind of go through what the principle of Housing First is, because I think that having that mindset sets the stage for success within housing. So I'm going to go back to the presentation view here. Oops. Okay. So Housing First really started decades ago, but came to Milwaukee just about a decade ago, in 2015. And the way that we were doing housing before we had this philosophy is that we thought about housing from a stepped process. And I'm going to stop sharing for a minute so that we don't get confused about what the Housing First principles are. I'm talking about housing ready, which is how we thought about housing before Housing First. And I think that it's relevant because when I hear people talking to me about today their struggle with housing, I can see that some people are still working off of that kind of the former way that we used to do housing services. And I can tell because people say something like, the person really needs shelter. We really need a shelter resource for this person. There aren't enough shelter resources, and so we need to build more of those. And I'll talk about how that's problematic in a little bit. But the process was, under the housing ready philosophy, the thinking was that we needed to prepare people to be housing ready. And to do that, we needed to figure out what was wrong with them that was keeping them homeless and what they needed to fix in order to be housed. And so we spent a lot of time putting guardrails in place in our programming to support people in doing that. That's kind of what we told ourselves. So a shelter might say, you can come into shelter, but you need to remain sober and you need to, fill out job applications to 5 jobs a week and show that to us. and you need to make sure that you're going to all of your appointments and taking all of your medication. And if you do that, you're becoming more housing ready. And so because you're becoming more housing ready, you can graduate into a transitional housing program, or you can graduate into a permanent supportive housing program. But if you don't, kind of at any step along the way there, whether it's shelter or transitional housing or permanent housing, you're not housing ready. And so we're going to have you go back to the beginning to teach you housing readiness again. So what that functionally looked like is that people would lose their housing or lose their shelter spot and go back to the beginning and kind of start again. So I want you to think about that, because if there are, as we go through this presentation, I think that it is very common to think we need a housing solution, we're going to go to shelter. The research, though, that came out of New York, the East Coast, Dr. Samson Barris is the godfather of housing first, and he was doing research for people that were experiencing long-term homelessness with lots of things that you could say that person needed to fix, right? So lots of physical health needs, lots of mental health needs, lots of substance use needs. Very few people had employment, and they'd been homeless for a very long time outside on the street. And what he started questioning this kind of stepped process of we're putting this structure around you, and we're asking you to complete these things so that you can move up, along the process to permanent housing. And he went back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we have at the base, does anyone want to put that very first, what's the very first part of Maslow's hierarchy? That very first part of the pyramid, if you want to throw it in the chat, see if anyone remembers. Shelter is a good guess. So the base of the pyramid is physiological needs. So things like safety, food, water, is at that very base. And Maslow's theory, which has been shown time and time again, is to be true, is that if you can't have that, if you don't have that base, the other parts around, health and wellness, social connectedness, relationships, and eventually self-actualization can't happen. You gotta build on the pyramid. That's why it's a hierarchy. And so he thought about that, and he said, you know what? We are asking people to do some amazingly difficult things up higher on that pyramid, that their brains probably can't do, because they don't have this basic physiological safety first. And so that's why it's called housing first. It is not housing only. So I'm going to share my screen again to share the principles that are part of the housing first philosophy. So there are 5 principles. One is housing without preconditions, giving people that basic physiological safety. And without preconditions is important, because if you are living in an environment where you believe that you could lose your housing at any time, that base kind of isn't as solid as it needs to be. And then he took other best practices that we know work, especially from a mental health perspective, and enveloped them into this. So housing first is not housing only. It is just that we are focusing on the permanent housing first, and then wrapping supports around that person to help them keep that housing and become more well. So the second principle is tenant choice. So meaning that people get to choose where they live. They get to choose the type of housing that they have. They get to choose the side of town they live on. And that is the ideal would be that people truly have a choice of where they live. Recovery orientation. I was at a conference last week and said, the more that use this model to think about housing for everybody. Remember that Samson Bears started Housing First with people that had a lot of disabling conditions, and a lot of substance use was very present. So this idea of recovery was very, very present for them. I think as we broaden the model to think about anybody that might have a housing need, I have thought about this recovery as recovery, but also like a path toward wellness, a path toward that self-actualization, because really we all have things that can get better in our lives and about us. So really the idea here is not assuming that people need recovery from something, but the principle that everybody can get more well. And how do we have that mindset when we are working with somebody? The fourth principle is person-centered supports. So what we were doing, I think about it now and I cringe the way that we kind of handled. We had a cookie cutter response to every single person that was experiencing homelessness, and because we had everyone had the same rules, everyone had the same accountability measures of things that they needed to accomplish in order to keep their housing or shelter placement. And we know that doesn't get the best result. We need to have person-centered supports and really focused on what that person needs and wants. And then the fifth one is community integration. So really being able to make sure that excuse me, that people are able to be in community, that we're not just saying, oh, good, you're housed, like everything's done here. We all need to have a community, whether that's a group of friends, whether that's a church community, whether that's a job, lots of different volunteer work, lots of different ways that someone might get engaged in the community. But that's really important to housing stability, is figuring out how we can make sure that that person is connected to their community. So there were lots of ones and twos when I asked about people's comfort level with Housing First, or knowledge, like how confident you feel in Housing First. I've explained it some. I would like to hear in the chat, or if someone wants to come off mute, you could do that too. Can you tell me now that I've kind of talked through Housing First, what are some of the challenges you encounter or you might anticipate encountering using this philosophy for housing people? I've got to escape again so I can see the chat.
The very first thing that comes to my mind, Emily, is just the lack of options for accessible housing in the county.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm saying people should be able to choose anywhere that they want to live, and have no preconditions. But if there are no options, how are we supposed to do that? Yeah, Anna. Lack of options.
I'm sorry, I was trying to find the mic.
That's okay.
I think one of the hardest parts for me, and I'm a crisis care coordinator, we really don't do housing per se, but we connect people to services that can do housing. And so our information is a little limited. But I think the hardest thing is we don't have a direct connect, to have that, what do they call that? That person we can reach out to and say, hey, I have this client who's looking for housing. Can you do me a favor? Or here's this person. Can you, what services or what programs or what housing options do they have? Or can I connect them to one of your options persons to locate something for them? That's always kind of difficult.
Yeah. So there is nothing in Milwaukee County. There is no program that helps people navigate housing just for the sake of navigating housing. That is not a thing that we have in our community. So, and it's not, I hear you saying we don't have access to this person. And part of part of the challenge is that that person does not exist. That is not a role within Milwaukee County. And I'm not just talking about DHHS, I'm talking about in Milwaukee County. There are people whose roles it might be within a program, right? So if I'm enrolled in CCS, my CCS agency, one of the options might be like a housing navigation piece, or within my CSP, that's part of that case manager's role, that case management team's role. Maybe if I'm experiencing homelessness, then I have a street outreach worker that's helping me through that, or I've got a voucher. And so because of that voucher, I've got someone to connect me. But if I am just looking for housing options and I don't have them right now, there is not a place to go to have that housing navigation. Deanna, we're going to talk about 1959 a little bit. So the location of housing options, so they're either unsafe or undesirable. So that back to that tenant choice, people, the units that are available might not be the units that I want to live in, but sometimes I don't have a choice, and so here I am. That's we're not following the model exactly then. Inability or refusal to live with other people, lack of disability, accessibility, and poor public transportation. So again, thinking about what the options are and really having relatively few options. Mary.
One of the situations that I was brought to my attention the other day, and we're going to address at a mental health board meeting, is we have a population of individuals that fall between the cracks, and we look at housing first, the housing first model. And these are individuals that live the fine line of not quite meeting the need of an emergency detention and not being able to be placed in housing because they're so close to needing an emergency detention. And where do we house these individuals?
Mm-hmm. So people with
very high acuity needs.
High acuity, yeah. So their symptoms are making tenancy difficult. So they
housing difficult.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. And there isn't like a here is the place that you can go and live. There's not like, we don't have like a here is that type of building. Even for people who have experienced homelessness before, permanent supportive housing, it might look like just a standalone unit within other apartments. So that's definitely like making sure that the housing meets the needs of the person. And that's something we don't have enough of. Lindsay, you're saying housing and individual children, finding, especially large families, finding enough space for everybody can be a challenge. So it's interesting. What I'm hearing is we just need more housing options, because if we had more housing options, we would be able to have this whole we would be able to have the philosophy, like wrap those services around and like use the philosophy fully for housing people, which does not surprise me. That is what I expected to hear. So I will talk a little bit today about how we fix that, but I think that it's going to be a long road, but we have diagnosed kind of what the problem is. Does that make sense? So I talk about housing first and wanted to start that with this so that you can be thinking about, with the folks that that you are working with, that you can use this housing first philosophy. And it doesn't have to be for people experiencing homelessness. This philosophy can be used when you're thinking about housing stability, and really thinking about how are we getting all 5 of these principles to this person. Yeah, I'll leave that at that. You know what, Anna, I don't know about any new apartments in Bayview, but I will get back to you on that because we do have a number of developments that are being worked on. So it could be that I just don't know about that particular one. If anyone from Housing Services is here and can confirm, that would be helpful. I will find out though. Okay. So I wanted to talk next about, this actually was not, this was framed to me by Stephanie Nowak, who often comes to talk to these kinds of things, or within the, oh, what is it called? Like the basics of community treatment training. She broke it
You
down
got
to
it
me
right.
like this. What was that?
You got it right, Emily.
Yay, good, good. She broke down for me thinking about housing in these 3 pieces. So having that housing first philosophy as a framework, but then really tangibly, when I am working with somebody and I'm trying to make a good housing fit, I need to be thinking about 3 things in order to like move things forward. So the first is that housing type. And I know we're not going to get to the ideal for anybody, but I mean, maybe for some people, but it is good to think about. A lot of you mentioned the neighborhood. And so talking through like what type of neighborhood, I'm sure that since that came up so much, people are doing that already, but also thinking about the type of building that person needs to be most successful. So for Mary's example, with someone who is their behaviors are probably pretty loud, and so they could bother other people. We've thought about this in 2 ways, and it really depends on the person. But for some people that are like struggling in that way, having a smaller building with fewer people around is helpful because they're not bothering as many people. And sometimes we're even saying like maybe if we can find like a back house or something that is kind of its own space, that maybe that person will have more success in a unit like that. Sometimes though we think about like, well, if it's a larger unit though with lots of apartments, would that help them kind of be maybe targeted less because things are in general, there's more going on in general, and so their behavior maybe doesn't stand out as much. So those are just some things to consider when you're thinking about the type of housing that would be ideal. You might not get it, but if there is a struggle with somebody in a unit, I think part of what I've sometimes heard is, oh my gosh, they are going to be evicted. This is a crisis. I don't know how we're going to handle this. And so they need shelter right now. And I understand that thinking. You want that person to be not outside. And so you're trying to be proactive by getting them out of the unit and into a place that we perceive has no barriers to get into. The reality is that our shelters are very low barrier in terms of like people being able to come in compared with other housing types. And there is such a great demand for shelter that your person coming from an apartment into shelter is probably not going to happen. The other thing is that doesn't solve the issue. So one of the things that I've had to work really hard on over the past several years is when that like alarm bell is going off, trying to think through, okay, but long term, what does this person need? Like where are we headed to? And is there a way that we can just go there now? So there's a crisis in the unit right now. What might I be able to do, think down the road, to make sure that person is set up well? What type of housing might this person need that I can work to secure even now? And maybe that won't fully work out. Maybe they won't be able to move before there is some like full on crisis and we're just in like triage mode. But thinking about that and slowing down to think about that has helped me get people there faster, right? We're trying to get to the solution, longer term solution faster. Whereas if I go straight to a short term solution, it takes me a lot longer, and it takes them a lot longer to like put the pieces back together. The other thing that's on this list is a supported building, and we have some supported buildings, like supported apartments, and we are looking at how we can potentially expand that work. Thinking about, and those come in different shapes and sizes too, but having a building with staff on site in some capacity might be something that this person needs. That is going to it'll take some time, but let's put in an application now. Let's put in an application now and see when you come up on that list, and then if this is something that you still want and need. So thinking about the housing type and working toward that long range plan, and starting to do that even at the beginning of a crisis, I think is helpful to getting there faster. The second piece to consider, of course, this is the other big one to come up, is paying for housing. So you think about the ideal. Now we've said this is what we want, ideally. Now, realistically, can we make that happen? And this is where I know that people are like, yes, Emily, please give me the answer to that. I know that is what you all are thinking. And I don't have the magic answer. I'm sorry. I don't think that I have anything brand new to share here, except that looking for opportunities when vouchers become available, always be doing that. So if the person that you're working with is going to want an apartment within the community, thinking about looking for when the wait lists open up for vouchers, and then putting them on is really important. We just came out of a bit of a like a heyday, I would call it, where we had a whole bunch of Section 8 vouchers, and it was amazing. We don't right now in our community. None of the housing authorities have vouchers that they're, just like giving out like candy. So be on the lookout though, because it will happen again. There's kind of an ebb and flow, and the frustration on the housing authorities' parts is that they need to be able to, find people and move things along quickly when vouchers become available. So just always be kind of thinking about that and having an ear toward, oh, are there vouchers available? Did I put somebody on a wait list? Can I follow up, make sure that they're getting called, that kind of thing, to get those vouchers. I'm gonna stop sharing a little bit for a little bit so I can go on my soapbox. This is the fundamental problem with housing, right? That people can't pay for it, and costs have just continued to rise. There is a cool book out there that was recently published, like in the last year or so, called "Homelessness is a Housing Problem." And the book goes through, it's very academic, it's a research project, but the book goes through the different rationales that have been proposed for why there are people experiencing homelessness. So is it, individual problems? Is it the size of the city? This is one thing that I found really interesting in the book that I was new, I learned, but it made sense to me. There is kind of an assumption that poor cities, poor communities will have more homelessness. And it is the opposite, because the more, affluent communities have higher housing costs. So being in a more poor city, there's likely to be less homelessness per capita. Anyway, he kind of walks through all of these different arguments and comes to the end, you can guess by the title, that really it is about having sufficient affordable housing for everybody. That is not any like earth-shattering news, but it is helpful to have somebody really like interrogate all of these different potential reasons. And so that's part of why when I'm coming today, I don't have any magic answers, because we don't have enough affordable housing for everybody in our community. And that is something that we will need to work toward. That said, vouchers I see in the chat, thank you for putting in there that the wait list will be opened on the 3rd of March. So that's just next week. Make sure that you get people on that. And then follow up too. So make sure that they have a good way to contact you or your agency. If you're the person that you're working with doesn't have a good mode of communication or might be moving around a lot. There are also subsidized units, right? I can put in the chat maybe. If you don't know this website, wihousingsearch.org, they compile all of the subsidized units that are subsidized by the unit, by the building. So it's not a voucher, but the whole building is subsidized. And you can put in there like how big is the household and what are the things that they might need. And it's going to give you a list of places to call. You still have to call and you will get, it's hard to keep that kind of stuff up to date. So you will get places say, actually, we don't have any openings right now, but it's worth calling, seeing if you can get on wait lists. And when you do that, I really encourage you to also think about what's the type of building that this person needs. So we want to make sure that we're matching the housing with what they want. The reality is that a lot of this is going to be self-pay in some way. So that is where, in our ideal world, I think most often we're not saying like a rooming house would be ideal. Sometimes I have heard that, sometimes we've seen that, sometimes. But this is where you may kind of have to kind of compromise between what is ideal and what can be tolerated. And then based on how much income there is to go for housing. Okay, I think that's all I'll say about that. The third piece, though, that is important to consider is the type of services. So I have seen, just like I kind of talked about how people might go to shelter, I have seen people talk about group home level of care almost right out the gate. And I think that I'm talking to a crowd of people that would say, I don't know that that's always appropriate. I think they might agree with me on that. I think that people, if we were able to do housing first fully, those wraparound services fully, and we don't have enough funding for that either. So we got to work toward that. What that model really looks like, there is a whole rubric for housing first fidelity, and they have a model called ACT, Housing First ACT, which is what they used in New York with an ACT team, just like our ACT team here. So having the assertive community treatment team and the housing team work, so intensively with people. The reality is that we are not going to have an ACT team for every person in housing, nor do they need it. There is another fidelity scale that's called the ICM for intensive case management. Even that scale, though, on the scale is like, so how readily accessible are different treatment options? Is there a wait list that people are going to an assessment site, getting an assessment, and then waiting in a wait list for based on their need? And so, maybe it'll be months, maybe they'll get a case manager, but not into kind of treatment that's paid for by the county, for example. Or is it that this person says, you know what, I am ready for treatment today, and we are able to say, we got you. We got you. Let's talk about what your options are, and let's get you in today. So that there's pieces in our service, our ability to truly wrap services around people on demand that I think then sometimes contribute to us thinking that this person needs a higher level of housing support, like their living arrangement needs to have higher level of support than they do. I'm not fully sure what to do about that, except to keep pushing for the more housing first philosophy, right? More dollars to be flexible with housing and service needs. And so when we are thinking about that, now we've settled, right? We've got our ideal housing, but here's what we could afford. And so we've kind of like compromised and we've settled on this type of housing. Then what kinds of services do we need to make sure are in place to to really support that person through that? And the other side to that is that I talked about long game before. If this person really does need a group home or really does need assisted living or maybe an adult family home, I want to be doing that now. Even though that's going to take some time, I want to start that now so that we can get there faster. So really thinking about all three of those components to be able to set up the right type of housing for the most success. Does this resonate with people? Is this helpful? Give me some feedback. Are people like, I already knew that, let's get to resources? Or are there maybe questions or things that we should go over a little bit more?
It's very helpful for me. Thanks, Emily.
I'm glad to hear that. That's good.
Hello. I'm in the office, but I'm on the training.
Any other questions or things that people want to push back about or ask about? Okay, so I'm gonna try this out. There is a, oh gosh, there is a, we have like a table, I guess it's a whole packet of different types of resources and what the eligibility requirements are for people. I'm going to make sure that I get that and send that out to you. But I wanted to, I'm going to try this. This is the first time I've done something like this. I wanted to see what all you could come up with, because just like what's happening in the chat now, every time I'm like, here are the resources, really, I think people get more value out of crowdsourcing that. So what I'd like to do is be able to, I'm going to share this whiteboard and we can put here, let me share it so I can show with my mouse what we're doing. So you should all, oh, well, let me see. Do I have to present now this way? Okay. Can you guys can see this whiteboard?
Yes.
Yep.
Can you click on the note down at the bottom?
No.
Teams told me I would be able to. Are folks familiar with Google Jamboard? That was discontinued, but I loved using that because we could put stickies on. Like we could all contribute stickies. So let me try this. Let me see if I can find a link to be able to share. If not, we're just gonna do it in the chat and I'll put it on the stickies. So let's do that for now. I'll try to find a link so we can all be on this whiteboard. Think about resources that you have used, and then we will share them all out for individual apartments that might be self-pay, or maybe you would use a voucher for them, supportive buildings, clinical options, and then emergency housing. If you want to start putting that in the chat, and I'm going to try to see how I can share this, a link. Oh, thank you, Joanne. Okay. Some teams meetings can't. Rooming houses. Deanna, is there a specific place that you have like a link to for that?
Oh, I have a list.
Like a
Do you want?
list?
Yeah, I have like a Excel spreadsheet list. You're saying you want the exact
No, I'm just
resource? Okay.
no. So do you made that list?
You know, I found it somewhere, Emily. I don't remember where I found it, but yeah, it's a comprehensive list of the whole county.
Interesting. We'll see if we can get that.
Someone probably shared it with me in a meeting just like this, and then I took it.
No. So if you're within Milwaukee County, you should be able to access the whiteboard now. I don't know what I can do about outside of the county. But I'm going to start taking stuff from the chat and putting it in here. So I'm going to say rooming house list. Smart Asset. So Smart Asset is a property management company that is pretty willing to work with our folks and has relatively affordable units. Section 42. I'm going to put for section 42, the resource I go to is wihousingsearch.org. Community Advocates has a list, and they, I know, do keep up. They like call on a regular, it's like weekly or something. It's pretty frequently for if the openings are still open. And you, at least what I've done is I've gone down there to get it or told people to walk into Community Advocates and ask for it. Is that what everybody else does? Or if there are other ways to access that?
On their website, they have a list of low-income apartments that take Section 8 that is like that week they'll list a whole list that are available.
Well, okay.
I can post that.
Thank you. All right. See, this is the kind of thing. So ATD rentals, these kinds of details are things that like, I don't know a better way to do it than word of mouth, because things might change, right? Like, oh, this property manager is now, I've had good luck with them, but down the road, maybe they're not as much. So that's the kind of thing that these regular meetings like this can help, or we can share. I see National Hotel on there. So that is a rooming house on National. 15th and National, I think. Is that right? 16th and National. What about, so we've done a lot of individual apartments. What about supportive buildings? What resources do you all use for that? Oh, and thank you, Andre. I just saw their patience did eventually run out, but it didn't end in eviction, and that's huge. Street ministry. Now that is, can someone, is that also, do you have to have substance use present to access Hope Street?
No, you can be anyone, families, individuals, anyone.
Okay, thank you. I'm not familiar with Apple Lane. Are they there? Is it like a property management? What type of housing is Apple Lane? It is, okay. Here. Leah, putting a shout out for Rooted and Rising supported housing. Yes, and that's also for families. I know we're always looking for that. And so these are buildings where there is support staff on site in some capacity. I also see folks putting in Lincoln and Empowerment Village. There are, so in my mind, I think about those as the Cardinal Capital buildings, because there's a lot of, the Cardinal Capital is our partner on a lot of those. And that is through Milwaukee County Housing Services. So I'm going to say services, supportive buildings. And I think that I'm just going to say, I'll follow up and make sure that I give you the right person. So you can, get added, your person added to the wait list for those by emailing over some basic information. Right. Thanks, Jana, for posting the link. Oh, and SUV property. So that is also that's an individual apartment. The SUV properties. Resources for large families. So there, I don't know, Leah, if you want to talk about your units. It's interesting. There's there are units that have that because of the number of bedrooms, we can only put bigger families in, but there is still a limit. Oh, and I see now 8+. I do not know of any specific resource, especially a supported building for 8 people. Does anybody know of a resource for a family that large? I see St. Catherine's was mentioned. Let's pivot for a little bit to emergency housing, and we'll come back to clinical options. And then what I will do is I'll make sure that I can merge this with that kind of grid that we've got of options within. That grid is specific to Milwaukee County resources, so it's not as comprehensive as we have here, but I'll make sure to get that out. Other emergency housing options? Yes. So, Alyssa, you must have somebody or somebodies that are in warming right now. So I'm gonna pause for a little bit and just talk about well, let me see. Can I do the 1 through 5 thing again? If you're super confident that you have, you know where how the emergency shelter, access to emergency shelter works, put 5 in. You're like, I'm not sure if I could help someone navigate that. Put 1 in, just so I can get a sense. 2.75. I love that. Just so I could get a sense of how much we need to talk about that. Oh, Kimberly's here. Kimberly should be a 5. Okay, so I'm seeing a little bit of a mixed bag. So I'm going to go through just a little bit, so that we just a little bit, and then I will point people in the direction of Kimberly if needed. I hope that's okay, for other questions about access to shelters. So there are, and I just realized that I have not been sharing. I've been putting it on the whiteboard, and can you guys see my whiteboard, or have I just been talking this whole time?
I can't see it.
Oh no. Okay. So
yeah, I don't see it either, Emily.
I will I will reshare after I talk about shelter. I'm sorry, guys. I have it all up. Anyway, so let me talk about shelter access for a little bit. So there are during warming season, the warming rooms are open, and we have it in our community where this year they opened the week of Thanksgiving, and they will be open through the end of March probably. And so that is the last few years that has been great that it's not temperature based. So those are a good way to get people, here if you need to be, not on the street, here's a good way to get there. But there is no support services in warming, right? It is just a place to be from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. ish. So it's a place to sleep, but nothing more. There are not case management services there. And the next step there, we can absolutely do housing from warming. Someone had removed me from the meeting. Are you guys hearing me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So they will, I like that, Deanna. Thank you for that question. So they are verified as homeless when they are in warming. That is important because the rest of the year, when it's not warming season, and even during warming season, our shelters are really focused on people that are experiencing literal homelessness. And the reason for that is because there are more people that state that they could use shelter than we have space for. And we are not at the moment increasing shelter capacity because we are really trying to focus on the housing solution. And so, we have a choice on where we invest. And if we invest in emergency housing options, and I'm not just saying DHHS, I'm saying like as a community, right? If we invest in emergency housing options, but we don't invest in permanent housing and having places for people to go after shelter, we will have a bottleneck, and we have not done anything to reduce homelessness. So that's why it's so important when I'm talking about like, how can we think about that end goal and really work toward that end goal of permanent housing, whatever that looks like, based on those three pieces. If we can all be thinking about that and doing that, we can leave the emergency services for folks that are in a true emergency where they do not have housing. How we have kind of operationalized that is through this process called coordinated entry, which is not, I could present fully on coordinated entry. I'm focusing on like the housing part of it today, but coordinated entry is a system where people who are experiencing homelessness, we want to make sure that those that are most in need of services get those services first. And that includes shelter. So we have defined most in need of shelter as those that are outside and do not have any other resources. So in order to like get into shelter, folks have to go through this this coordinated entry process. And what I will say to you about connecting to that is that if your person is outside, the best thing to do is to connect them to outreach so that we can figure out what's that long-term plan and are there emergency shelter options available that they might be able to access. There are some shelters that are outside of that process that I'm going to put on our whiteboard here so that you can call them directly. But I'm going to put the email for Milwaukee County's outreach in the chat. And they are a really good starting point for accessing shelter. But what they're going to talk through is, do you have any resource? And where are they? like even down to can you give me the corner that they are on or the exact location in the park that they are at so that we can connect with them and figure out what the next steps are. Deanna put verified in the chat. That's a term that I'm guessing at least the folks with like the 3s and up have heard. That is a term that we use. It's HUD speak, federal language, around a third-party person documenting that this person is outside. And that is required for the housing solutions that people that are experiencing homelessness can access. Those dollars are federal dollars that are really specific, and we have to have that verification. So that's where that verification piece comes in and is helpful. Questions about that process? You can put it in the chat or come off mute. Okay. I'm going to go back to my whiteboard then and share it this time so you can actually see the things that I put on here. So I was just verbalizing the stuff I saw in the chat and then making a sticky here. If you have access to this, feel free to like come in, jump in and add a sticky. I put the link in the chat. So I'm going to add to the emergency housing. The Milwaukee Rescue Mission is a place that you can call directly. They take men, women, and families. I think most people know about the rescue mission as a resource. Someone had put in the chat Niamani, and that is transitional housing. So it's not permanent. I'm going to put it over in the emergency housing piece side. And then I'm going to put warming in here for now, and street outreach as pathways to shelter. Any other emergency housing options that people want to call out?
Where are you putting safe haven?
Thank you, Mary. Safe haven is an emergency housing option. And that comes through the and street outreach. Casa Maria, thank you. Oops. You can call directly, and they are only for families, I believe. Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that. And I'm going to put DV shelters on here just so that we note that. There are 2 in Milwaukee County, Sojourner Family Peace Center and Milwaukee Women's Center.
Amy, is Milwaukee's Women's Center only domestic violence, or is it also other women and children?
Yep, thank you for that. So it I don't know why I'm having trouble moving it. So Milwaukee Women's Center is actually 2 shelters in one building. So they have a domestic violence shelter, and they also have a family shelter that comes through coordinated entry. Pathfinders, yes, both Pathfinders and Walker's Point have youth shelters for people that are under the age of 18. Yes, they can take people up to the age of 17. It is state law that people who are 17 can go into regular shelter, like general shelter, if youth shelter is full. So that is a recent change within the last couple of years. If that ever comes up for you, that is something that you can push back on if you're being told, well, there's no options. I want to make sure that we spend some time on clinical options so that folks have that, because sometimes the housing crisis is for sure housing related, but might be mitigated if there's some space that the way that we've been phrasing it is like take a break, right? If I can take a break somewhere, can that housing situation be salvaged? Yes, Joanne, we will make sure that you get the whiteboard and the grid of Milwaukee County housing resources and how to access them with the PowerPoint slides. Yes. Yep. So fourth dimension. Thank you, Melissa. And that's specific to people in recovery, correct?
Yes, but we do take people off the street working towards recovery.
Okay. Why it's all of a sudden it's like, no, I don't want to move. There we go. Okay. In recovery or exploring recovery. My experience is that especially when there is a housing spot for people to go back to, if they're truly just like, hey, this apartment is stressful and I'm in a mental health crisis, that CRC is a resource for that, especially if people can go back to that unit afterwards. And to a lesser extent, crisis stabilization house. I've seen that used, and you all would be more expert than me. I've seen that resource be used often as like a step down from hospital, or like we don't have a housing solution yet, so we're going to do this step down for a longer period of time while we're working on housing options. But that certainly is a clinical option as well. Yes.
Parachute house.
Parachute house, good one. Thank you. Hi, Julia. Parachute house is a great option. Yes, so peer run place for people to take a break, kind of get back on track.
Emily, this is Melissa from our space.
Yes.
I heard
Melissa.
Parachute House. So yeah, it's a 7-day stay, and it's there so people can come in and reset and just unwind and get that 24/7 peer interaction. That's why it's vital it stays in the community. So yeah, it's a great resource.
Melissa, it was
100%.
Mary.
What's that?
It was Mary that said that.
Oh, hi, Mary.
Melissa.
Thank you.
Hey, I was under the understanding that Parachute House would not accept intakes if the client was homeless. Like they have to have a home to go back to. Is that true?
Right now we're going off of case by case situation. It really just depends on what the situation is with the individual. So I would just urge anybody just to have that individual call there to complete the pre-stay, and then they'll determine availability or eligibility after that.
It's not meant to be a shelter, but it is
Right.
So that's kind of what people are trying to distinguish.
Yeah,
I mean, shelter need, or is this a peer support need?
Well, I mean, I guess I don't want to answer that because it's kind of like if I say it's kind of both, but I mean, we have taken people that do not have a permanent address. It really, again, depends on, what they're dealing with, what the level of crisis, their crisis is at the time. We don't really like to tell anybody they can't come because that's what we're there for. So like I said in the beginning, it's just really case by case situation. It just depends on what that individual is dealing with at that time.
Roxy, R&R house. That is something that I'm not familiar with. Do you mind talking about that a little bit?
Sure. Iron Our House is actually one of our houses. I'm with Mental Health America, Wisconsin, and this is a house, 7-day stay for veterans. It's not located in the county, but any person in Wisconsin, a veteran that needs a getaway can go there for 7 days. So it's a big,
Is it
pretty house with lots of they kind of cater to the veterans while they're there. Yeah.
more like a from a mental health lens, or is it an emergency housing? Like which bucket would
It's
it best fit under?
I would say that that would be probably it wouldn't be housing, but it would be youth mental health.
Mental health. Okay.
Yeah. And then I
Excellent.
wanted to say I Niamani Transitional is supportive housing because it's a 2-year program.
I'll switch it. Good call out. All right. So I hope that this exercise is the reason that I thought about doing this rather than like going through the slides of all the things that are available, which I feel like we were able to do. I was able to say like this is what I know about. Every time I've presented on that, I have felt like the best people get the most out of being able to really crowdsource. And that is a challenge. I'm not saying that it's right. I would like for us to have the housing, ample housing supply, and I would like for it to be I just call and this person like does an assessment and then they're placed, the person I'm working with is placed into the right type of place for them. That is not the system that we have today. So I hope that that was useful for people to just like be able to share. And I will make sure that we get this whiteboard out to everybody, plus the Milwaukee County specific resources. I had in my agenda that we would take a break at this point. Are people with that? Let's do that. Let's take, I'm going to say 5 minutes, and we know that people will come back in 10. But let's take a little bit of a break to stand up and stretch, use the bathroom, and then we'll come back around 2:20 to continue with our last hour here.
You're doing great, Emily.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're manning the crowd beautifully. There's a lot of questions today.
It's good.
Yeah,
It's
really
good.
Good conversation. Okay, I'm gonna take my little 5-minute break. I'll see you in 5.
Okay. All right. So I'm hoping I have some people back. Give people another couple of minutes. If you're here, maybe just wave at me, put a thumbs up so I can see how many people out of the 185 we've got. People are trickling back in. Thank you. Awesome. Well, so I had actually intended to have these scenarios as something that we did before the resources, but I'm kind of glad I forgot to do it because we were able to talk through what resources we might use. My hope is that we can split into rooms, and there's a lot of us. So I was going to just do 4 rooms, but I think we probably are going to need more. And I can't, let's see. Amy, are you back?
I'm back.
Are you able to split into rooms? I don't see the little button to be able to do that.
Yeah, I think that's the way it usually goes. The person that sets up the link is the only person that can do the rooms.
Okay.
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 Okay, let's see. And I'm sorry, Emily, how many did you want to do?
Well, I was just kind of thinking out loud here because I was going to just do 4, but that feels like a lot of people in each room. So maybe we should do, I don't know, rooms of no more than 10. So like 20 rooms.
20 rooms?
Yeah. And we can randomly assign. So I think what we'll do is just have you can choose any one of these scenarios, and I'll just go through them a little bit. The problem that we're going to have is when you go into rooms, you're going to lose the scenarios. So while they're up on the screen, if folks can, and I can try to broadcast them all, like copy and paste, and we can broadcast them. But if there's one that you want to do, maybe jot it down or take a picture of it now. I thought of these 4 scenarios because they are real scenarios that I have encountered recently. So the goal is to be able to think amongst yourselves about like how you might handle this. So the first one is that John is 62 and struggling with his physical health. He's sleeping outside and he has diabetes. Because he's outside, he's not taking his insulin, and now his foot is looking pretty bad and is painful. So that's John. Think about what options we might have for John. The second one is Lakeisha. She's a mother of 3. They're staying with her brother and his girlfriend. Lakeisha's kids are 6, 3, and 2. Because childcare costs are so high, she isn't working right now, but she does braid hair for income on the side. It's just not steady. She's struggling with symptoms of bipolar disorder and sometimes doesn't get out of bed for days. Her brother's girlfriend is getting tired of looking after her children during these days and has told the family they need to get their own place to live. Think about options for her and her family. Mary is 55 and in pretty bad health. She appears to be much older than 55. She's been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, and she is disorganized, guarded, and aggressive. She says she had an apartment through a housing program, but she won't go back there, and she's sleeping in a warming room. And then the fourth one is Javier. He's 22. He doesn't have an ID, a birth certificate, or a social security card. He finds odd jobs in the neighborhood for cash. Sometimes can sleep on a couch of someone that he's doing work for. Sometimes he's outside. He's not been diagnosed with any mental health or physical health issues. So those are our options. I'm hoping that everybody is back by now. We've got about 5 minutes more than I said. So I'm going to have Amy break you all into rooms, and then I will like broadcast, or maybe I have to have Amy do it. We will broadcast the 4 different stories, but in your groups,
pick a story to talk through and think about what's the type of housing that best fits the situation. How might they pay for it then? So then kind of do that compromising piece and think about what supportive services that the person or family would need and how you're going to get that for them. And then we'll come back in about 10-ish minutes and do some sharing out before we talk about bigger picture advocacy stuff. All right, so Amy, if you wouldn't mind putting us into breakout rooms.
Yep, I'm going to start breaking off. Oh, you see that you've got a couple of comments there, right, Emily?
I do. Thank you. So we're, it looks like we're talking about how people got into the sober living programs. And Alex said that they did a SARJ for it within the CARS program. Yep. So it looks like access point or complete a SARJ in order to access sober living. Hopefully that makes sense to people. Amy, we can maybe make sure we include the access points and access clinics in our resources that we send out after.
Okay, I'm not quite sure how to do that, so maybe you and I
will
can
find
somehow
out.
connect. Okay.
Yes, I will
and you
find
might
out.
be able you might be able to put it in the chat too. I don't know that for sure, but
Okay.
let's play with that. Okay? Are you ready?
Yes.
Here we go. Did they go, Emily, or is everybody still here?
I'm not seeing any movement.
Okay. For some reason, it doesn't. It's showing me that there's rooms. Here, let me see if I can. Oh. Let's try that again. Oh, okay, here we go. I think I have it.
Thank you.
I hope it's helpful. You all here? I don't even know what room we're in.
Yeah, I'm here.
Emily, are there other things that you need for me to put in the chat?
I think so. Do you mind? Because I don't think I can broadcast. Are you able to like copy and paste each scenario and broadcast it?
Okay, so I can try, but let me
Okay.
tell you what happened just the other day when I did this in
Uh-oh.
rooms. I know, I copy and pasted and I put it in there. And then as
Yeah.
soon as people clicked on it, they got kicked out altogether.
Oh no.
I
Well, I
know.
don't want that to
So
happen.
I know. So I'm wondering if there's a way for us to even test. Let's see. I'll go into chat. Do you have? And then do you have? Okay, I have an idea. For the meeting chat, are you able to put it in the meeting chat at all? Because I might be able to capture it from
Oh,
there.
yes. Then you could
And
copy it from there.
possibly also I could let the rooms know that it's in the meeting chat.
Okay. They could see
And
it that way.
I think so.
Okay. I like that.
We're gonna make it happen.
Let's try it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so now let me just, okay. Oh, I see. It's just words. It's not like a document.
It's just words. Yeah.
Okay, let me just see here. I'm going to copy it. Just go back to the rooms. Let me just even see if there's a way for me to put anything in the rooms. I think that they'll be able to see it if if it's just in the chat.
Okay.
Here, let's ask a question.
Well, someone liked it.
Oh, they
Yeah.
did?
Yes. So I think they could see. Yes, everyone could see
Okay.
it.
I think so too.
Cool.
Okay. Good. Okay, we did it.
We did it. And the people left in this room, I know Amy and I've been figuring out logistics. Are you here? Are folks do folks
I
want to
was
chat?
in the other room. I was in another room, and then I clicked on the chat to expand
Kick back
the
here.
description,
Oh,
and it kicked me out. And so then I joined back here.
Yeah, that's what happened the other day too. I don't know why it's doing that.
That's really frustrating.
It is so frustrating. And why wouldn't people be able to go into the chat? You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
so what I put in the chat
Okay.
the other day was a snip and what is it? When you do a picture, right? And you kind of a snip. Same thing happened. I'm so sorry, Emily.
That's okay. It's okay.
So we all got booted out?
It sounds
Yeah,
like it.
Okay, I was wondering, like, what happened?
You're back with us.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I had came back a little late from break, so I was trying to see what the scenario was.
Well, so let's, does this group just want to be a room? Does someone want to, is there a scenario that people are most interested in?
I was thinking about scenario 1, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, let's talk about it.
Just because,
So 62-year-old John.
Yeah, he's 62. He's living outside. So, I mean, we could get him documented as level 1 homeless. With the health issues, he could probably get, can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's when they kind of escalate you on like a shelter list because of medical reasons. I had to do that for a guy one time. And then, yeah, I mean, eventually down the road, he's going to need assisted, like some sort of assisted living situation, or at the very, maybe a PCW, just depending on how compliant he is once he gets kind of stabilized.
I love how does anyone else have any other immediate thoughts? I talk a lot, so I try to be like, oh, Emily, pause for a minute. Who else has other thoughts before I share mine?
I was thinking that he might need at some point family care, or because of his condition, his health condition, he might qualify for family care. That might be later on down the line. That will be through case management. And there's some type of housing piece there too, depending on the level of just depending on his level.
Yeah, and also he's 62, so he could possibly qualify for some senior facilities, which are typically a lot easier to get into.
Other thoughts? I love the way that you're thinking about it, and I would, Lori, you said down the line for family care. I would argue let's do it now. Let's try to initiate that now. There is a challenge with getting that assessment, if there's not a stable place for the options counselors to come out and talk to people. But Mike, I like how you're thinking, like, so immediately could we make the argument that we prioritize this guy for shelter so that there is an option for him to be indoors, but then really thinking through what level of support does he need, because I heard a couple of different options. Maybe he could do like elderly housing, and with family care support, or maybe he needs assisted living, and it's hard to know right now because is his not taking his insulin, is that because he's outside, or is it because he does need extra support? And how do we like tease that out, right? Thinking about the long term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Jacqueline, did you want to add something?
Emily, I apologize. Room 16 is having trouble with mute, and so I'm gonna head in there with them. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
So I was gonna say something similar, but like I know when someone is in the hospital and they need care and they homeless and they need like to go to assisted living or a family home or something, they typically get in quicker through the hospital way. So like I know we don't want to be like, oh, you should go to the hospital, but we know he need that level of care. Like, is it even optional? Like, because they can get it way quicker. Like, it literally probably takes like what 3-4 days, and boom, they found a group home for them to go to, assisted living right away, and they are receiving the services that they need. So it's like, how do we know when to, like, cause me personally, I would be like, what's the quickest way, to get him from outside and getting the medical treatment that he need? It would be going to the hospital, of course. So, like, how do we, like, pinpoint that, like, into, well, let's just send him to a shelter, and half of the shelters are not too fond of disabled people. Like, it's hard finding shelters that accept people with certain disabilities.
So you touched on a really key point there about like what medical care does he need? And that should, you're right, that should absolutely be first. Like when we're thinking long term, we got to make sure like what do we need to do to save this foot? And so perhaps the hospital is if if it really is looking that bad, maybe it is something where like we're just going to the emergency room to see what they think and maybe admitting. Maybe it's having to have that discernment. Maybe we are following up with urgent care or with a primary care doctor if they or specialist if he's got one that he can get in with quickly. But like figuring out how urgent is the need with his foot. And I think I hear where I like where you're thinking, like how can we expedite things for him. And I think that part of that is figuring out, is it assisted living or a group home that he needs? Is that the long-term plan? Or is this really a kind of a byproduct of his housing instability that once that's fixed, he's going to be fine? We make sure that we address the medical need with the foot, but once he's housed, he actually won't need that higher level of support. And that could be a little bit tricky when we're in a he is unhoused. So it's kind of tricky to kind of assess for that. I've definitely talked with hospital staff that are frustrated because their opinion is that the level of care that the person needs for their permanent living situation is lower than what the homeless service system thinks. And we've gotten that back and forth, like hospitals discharging to shelter and shelters like this doesn't work, and back to hospital they go.
Okay.
The antidote to that I've found has been not thinking about shelter. We're thinking about permanent. Where is this person going for permanent housing? It's just usually not fast enough. But if we could think that way, then we can be more appropriate with the kind of interim placement options.
Okay.
That's a really good call out though about let's make sure that this foot is okay.
I guess one of the other things about this too is since he would be level 1 homeless, then he would qualify for my home, Milwaukee County, which everyone can agree is a lot easier to deal with than anything with the city right now.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that. Of course. I think that, yes. So in terms of the paying for housing piece, yes, because he is that he's verified.
Yes, but
Then that opens the door to that HUD funding that is only available to people that are verified as homeless. So yeah, that could be an option too, of like, maybe you don't even need, I mean, elderly houses, since he is 62, like, let's try that. But there's also this option of a voucher and a, community apartment.
I am so sorry. I got kicked out and then it wouldn't let me back in, but I'm here.
Oh, no.
I had a small panic attack. I was like, oh no. Okay.
They're stuck in the rooms forever.
I was stuck in some random space. But are you ready to bring rooms back, Emily?
I am ready to bring rooms back.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. And then
I'm glad you're
back. I am back. And then the strange thing of wherever I was only giving me 3 rooms. And so I wasn't even in charge of rooms anymore. I'm like, oh my goodness. Okay. I think we are going to do it. Here we go.
Okay.
Oh, everyone.
Oh, man, we was having a good talk.
We sure was, wasn't we?
Welcome back,
What?
everyone. I'm glad people were talking so much
and he brought us
enjoying
back just like that.
That warning would have been nice, Amy.
Hey, I was having technical difficulties myself.
She's just trying to make it all work.
And I got kicked out.
Just kidding.
And then
I'm just
I was
kidding.
in a weird space, and then I wasn't even in the room or anything. I'm like, oh no. And then I had this horrible thought that you're all were going to be in rooms forever, just forever.
It sounds so much like Johnny and Willy Wonka. The little,
It
the little
felt like
boy.
it.
She gave us a 10-second warning. I don't know how much more warning you need.
We did not have that.
Sorry, guys. I'll give it back to Emily now.
All right, Amy.
I'm glad that everyone made it back. So does anybody, just to make sure that we have enough time to discuss the advocacy and strategic plan stuff, maybe we'll do one example of each scenario and kind of talk through what people came up with. And I'll go backwards just for fun. Did anybody pick scenario 4 with Javier? Some brave soul want to come off mute and give a description of what your group talked about? No one picked that scenario?
No, we did. This is Johnny. We picked number 4. We were coming up with all kinds of things, but the problem is with the person not having any identifiable information regarding, who he is and past events. The last thing that one individual in the group came up with was maybe contacting Pathways as far as an outlet that could probably help the individual come up with things, but it still comes down to, with today that we're living in now in 2025, if this individual is undocumented, there's another thing. You're not going to be able to obtain that information that's well needed for an individual, become gainfully employed, and so forth. Because the only way that he would have to do odd and end jobs because it's cash money. Whereas if he had a regular job, obviously, you have to have Social Security card number, where they'll take taxes out, all of that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, and actually, Pathfinders, we believe, I think, and we can maybe get that confirmed. It up till 24, they do case management and they can help out. And of course, you'd have to go to the Social Security building to help out, and you can get a birth certificate at either the courthouse or the health department. You can just attack each one as needed. What's the most important? Well, you'll really need a birth certificate. Then let's get a Social Security card. UMOS, another great resource. where he can seek employment, things like that.
But
Yeah,
before you, most shouldn't wouldn't you have to have all of that documentation prior to going in, so that this way they can line you up with the type of, say, trade factor, as far as how to line you up, as far as what you're able to do and the kind of job that they possibly would assign to you.
Right. Yeah, probably the most important would be a birth certificate. Then we got to get a social security card.
And if the individual is not here from the United States, whoop, there it is.
Anna, what do you put your hand up? What are your thoughts? Oh.
On hold.
Why don't you put her hand down? So
I'm sorry, are we talking about the individual who doesn't have documentation?
Yes.
Oh, well, that one, I mean, I didn't hear the whole scenario, but where I would start is trying to get him into the Mexican consulate to get him his, what they call that matricula, to get some, he could get his birth certificate, he can get his Mexican ID. The other thing is Milwaukee County Courthouse, I think at the municipal court, you can get a county ID. I mean, so that's some type of verification of stating who he is. I mean, he'll never obviously get a social security card, but until he gets that part of his stuff fixed. The other thing is, for somebody like him, there's quite a few agencies out there. You just have to be familiar with them, like Catholic Charities. And I know that there's another location, I can't remember the name of it, that's located on like 40 something in Greenfield. That's the beginning process where you can start to look at the options that you have to take out to seek residency. Nothing promised or guaranteed, but those are a couple options that somebody could have.
So what we're problem solving to being able to get an income in order to pay for like market rate. I think so. We didn't really talk about that, but I think what we're trying to say is what we think the housing option for this person is probably relatively unsupported in individual self-pay housing. But in order to do that, we need to support income. There are a couple of
IDs would
other
be a
things.
starting process, don't you think, in order to start seeking employment? Because in order to cash a check, you have to have some type of ID. You know?
ID.
Yeah,
so
and I was purposefully vague. So I was purposefully vague about like he doesn't have his documents. So certainly like figuring out the end goal though is your own apartment. And so let's figure out how we can get there. I think the other potential options are looking at right now he doesn't have any diagnosed mental health or physical health issues.
Right.
But it might be worth looking into that to see if that, independent unsupported apartment is all that is needed, or does he need other support? We just don't know about it yet because we're so focused on the documentation of things. It could be that other options might open up for him if he's got some other stuff going on, like maybe a safe haven, for example. If we're figuring out, are you really sleeping outside more than you're sleeping inside, and do you have mental health or not? Good. All right, so we could talk about each of these for a long time, but I'll try to keep it moving a little bit. What about scenario 3? Did anyone talk about Mary?
Is that the one that was staying with her family?
She was the one that was in a housing program, maybe, but she doesn't want to go back there. She's currently in a warming room.
Oh no, that's the wrong one. Sorry.
That's okay. Well, I could just give my thoughts on Mary if no one picked that one. I think for me, what comes through, so this is Mary's 55 and in pretty bad health. She appears to be much older than that. She's been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder and is disorganized, guarded, and aggressive. She says she had an apartment through a housing program, but she won't go back there, and she's sleeping in a warming room. So part of what comes to mind for me with this is, did we have the right level of support in, oh yes, Brooke.
Sorry, mistake.
That's okay. Did we have the right level of support in whatever type of housing situation this was? Can she live independently? And the answer very well may be yes. But I would just, if I'm assessing for like, what's the permanent option here? I want to make sure that I'm ruling out kind of a higher level of care need. And then I want to find out more about that apartment situation and what she didn't like about it. Because it very well could be that she can live with support, with appropriate supports in an independent apartment. But something wasn't right about that one. So can we think about what the type of building and where it is, and then pair that with supports? She's currently in a warming room, and so that is verified homelessness and would open up doors eventually to some HUD dollars to support housing in an independent apartment if that's something that she needs. All right, scenario 2 was the family, staying with family. Does someone want to summarize what they talked about in that one?
I can talk about what we talked about.
Thank you. Yes.
So we talked this client out. Our suggestion for the couple, well, we have a couple from CE and ours, was to have a conversation with them, see if they would be appropriate to connect them with Prevention at Cathedral Center to see if they could offer any type of supports to help keep them housed with the brother while they're working on, whether it's income, any type of, mental health supports that she might need, and then finding housing of her own.
So long-term would be in independent housing, but with appropriate mental health support. Sounds like what your group talked about.
Yep. And in the meantime, instead of emergency shelter, trying to keep them housed with the brother while she's working on her own housing.
Seeing what we can do to de-escalate that situation. And honestly, if I'm hoping that some people have experienced this, because I certainly have, where, if we could just say, I get that this is not a long-term tenable solution to have everybody living in this small space. But here's the issue that I'm hearing, and let's focus on fixing that issue rather than just removing the whole family. So can we, if Lakeisha's willing, can we start addressing the reason that she's sleeping and staying in bed for days? And maybe we can get some, depending on if, I didn't write anything about W-2, might she be eligible for childcare? If we can like kick that mental health into a better place and start working toward work. So long term, this is an independent apartment, and can we start to put some of the puzzle pieces in place for that long term while salvaging the situation currently? Yes, Gina.
Yes, I'm not sure if everybody knows about this, but in my group they didn't know about it. We went to the housing summit yesterday, and it's a program for Social Security. If you have been denied Social Security and you appeal you until you get an answer from SSI. I'm not sure if they help you apply, but I just know that bit of it is what I heard from yesterday. A lot of people don't know about that.
You cut out a little bit, Gina. What program did you talk about that can help you?
Outreach.
Oh, like their SOAR program?
I'm not sure what it was called, but they help you while you're in an appeal with Social Security. So if they deny you and then now you appealed it, and that waiting game that you have to wait for that answer, they end up helping you. That's the SOAR program. Okay.
Yeah, are you saying helping like far as with money, the IDAP program, or just helping apply and do the appeal?
So SOAR, yep, thank you. So SOAR is a program through SAMHSA that helps. It's a model of putting together an SSI application, and Outreach uses SOAR as a model for their applications. But you have to like apply to be in that program. The IDAP program is actual cash. It's a loan. So IDAP is through community advocates, and they review your case. And if they think that you will eventually get approved, you get a small amount of funding per month, like $200, $250, something like that. Someone might know the exact amount until you get benefits. It's a loan though. So then what happens is your back pay replenishes that pot. And then you can go on to your benefits. So 2 programs to help people get through the SSI process.
And you did say they had to apply for that IDAP program, the consumer?
You do have to
Like they
apply.
Okay.
Yep. Yes. What about scenario 1 with 62-year-old John?
My group did that one.
Yeah, please. What'd you talk about?
Well, so the first thing that jumped out at us was, because he's diabetic and has been without his insulin for a while, and because he's got the issues going on with his foot, like before anything else, he needs some kind of medical attention to make sure that he's not like at risk of losing it. And the thought was that while he was receiving that care, that we could, try to figure out things like, does he have income? Does he have family or other supports that can, help him either with a place to stay or else just being there to be a support for him. And then we not really having information on whether he had any income or not, we weren't really able to say for sure where he could get in, but we were talking about, some options. I know somebody had mentioned before we broke out into groups that St. Catherine's residence is taking men now, so we were thinking that maybe he could potentially get in there. And we talked about possibly using if they would take him, crisis respite as like a temporary place for him to stay while we look for something a little bit more permanent.
I love that. So first, we have potentially a medical emergency here. So while we want to think long term, we do need to address the immediate physical health need and figure out like what might need to happen there. And then really thinking through what is the long-term option, partially that he could pay for, but also like ideally, what does he need? Like what level of support does he need, long-term? Is this a short-term thing that got worse because of the homelessness that gets resolved? Or does he need longer-term support to manage his diabetes and whatever else is going on? Yeah. And then figuring out, so how's he going to pay for it? That's good. All right. I love what's happening in the chat. Thank you that people are sharing resources in that. I love it. Are we ready to pivot a little bit to learning about what we're thinking about with the strategic plan and advocacy and things like that?
We're ready.
Sure. We're ready. Okay, great. Let me share my screen again. Slideshows button is covered up here, but we'll just do it like this for now. So I forgot to put the link to the strategic plan in there. Okay, I've got to figure out how to do that so you all can read the plan yourselves. So in the strategic plan though, we are for those of you that were familiar with the 2020 to 2025 plan, we had 2 pieces, and there was like a graphic that went like this. So the first one was no wrong door, and then the second strategy was collective impact. And we did a lot of listening sessions to figure out kind of where are we at with those two? How do internal staff feel? How do partner organizations feel? How do community members feel about how we've done so far and where we need to head next? And it was just like hands down. There was not even like a question that people overwhelmingly said, those are the two. Those are the strategies. Figuring out how our internal DHHS system can be the best it can be through No Wrong Door, and how do we push for collective impact with other systems to make it easier and better to do our work. So that's what's in the plan. So we kept those two. What we added this time is 4 specific focus areas, especially around collective impact. I mean, No Wrong Door is necessary for all of our services, but really thinking about, because when we say collective impact, like that's a lot. We realized DHHS cannot take on, everything. So what were the 4 like most important for now, for these couple of years, high impact areas that we could focus on? So those 4 are housing, surprise, surprise. So housing, mental wellness, community safety, and our violence intervention work. And then this phrase called age-friendly communities, which is an AARP model for how to make sure that our lived environment is safe and encourages people to age well in their homes. It's also, what I love about age-friendly communities is it's also, what is good for people that are aging in place is also good for just people living in their homes. So it looks at, green spaces and our houses accessible, and do we have good access to things like good food and employment? So it's like very high, higher level macro kind of influence. And all 4 of those together, we think, as we push those forward, are really going to help support the work that we do at DHHS and our programs. So I wanted to talk a little bit now. We're just like, this was just published. It is hot off the presses last week. I think it was last week. It was officially released. We will do a press conference and things, but so we are getting ourselves kind of organized around how we set up metrics for how we're doing in those 4 areas, metrics for how we're doing with our continued No Wrong Door approach, and setting up teams to work on each of these issues. So you guys are getting like, this is the first time I've talked about it, except for specifically to our teams when we're trying to start doing the work. So give us some time to get things set up and start working through things, but I'm very excited for where we're headed. So I started this and I've kind of sprinkled it throughout. Housing takes all of us. I think one of the things that was pretty frustrating to me early on in my my like housing career journey is how often I would hear, well, Emily, you work in housing, like kind of why isn't this fixed yet? Not that bluntly, but you are the housing person. I am the hospital person or the mental health person, and I'm doing my part, you do yours. And while I hear that, housing is such a basic need across every single other social service that we give. And it is also not something that is fixed by, there's an infrastructure piece to it. So thinking about how we solve for housing really does take all of us. In September of last year, the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness released a framework they called it a homelessness prevention framework. But I like it, and I'm advocating for us to use it because it really focuses on housing stability, which is what I think what we're all saying. Like at the beginning of this meeting, that was there's not enough safe housing, it's not in the right place, and people can't pay for it and stay in it. So usage defines being stably housed with 3 things. It's an individual or family that can stay in their housing over an extended period of time, and they have to have income to maintain housing, be able to meet basic obligations beyond housing, like utilities, and be able to meet their basic needs. So this is kind of all that we've talked about today. They don't focus so much on housing choice, but I'm putting it in there because I think it's good with the housing first mindset. So really thinking through what's the type of housing, how are they paying for it, and then how are they being able to stay? What kind of support services might they need to be able to stay in their house for an extended period of time? And they also talk through these, sorry that this is a little blurry, these categories of homelessness prevention to help us think about like where on this housing spectrum really are we intervening. So up here is just universal supports. So like, do people have access to health insurance? Do they have access to like TANF might be, W-2 might be in this bucket, like these general supports that we want to help people access, but they're not housing specific. Then we get down this pyramid a little bit, this inverted pyramid, and we talk about primary prevention, which is really promoting stable housing. So I think about in this area, it's, you know, it's the job programs and, you know, support in schools. It could be mental health support. It's really promoting that stable housing. You've already got it. We're promoting that you keep it. And then here, this diversion is where I think about in our community, we've got really community advocates, and maybe we want to count like W-2 in here, perhaps with the emergency assistance grant. But there are a couple of programs that reach a lot of people that help people avoid homelessness with like one-time rent payment, right? All they need is just one-time support. Eviction prevention might be in here, right? Helping people avoid homelessness. And then when we think about like our Lakeisha and her family, that might be rehousing and stabilization, helping people move into their own stable housing quickly without having to hit the homelessness system, without having to hit shelter. So we're just starting to think about how we can organize around this. And I'll just talk about the 3 ways that I think about how you might interface with this plan, or how we have to break down this plan. So certainly this idea of homelessness prevention and housing first is part of our no wrong door philosophy. And that's not just like housing services that have to do that, right? So it's not fair for us to be like, hey, housing, be no wrong door and fix all of these housing needs, because they don't have the resources to be able to do that. So if we can, I mean, not all of it, right? Not yet. So if we can, as individuals, if we can see housing and homelessness prevention as our job, and we can think about what is that long-term that we're working toward, and how do I start putting the pieces together to get there, within those 3 kind of pieces of housing stability, then we're all kind of doing our part toward housing. So we are promoting housing through the strategy 1, that no wrong door. We are also the right door for thinking about housing and homelessness prevention. The second piece, though, in that strategy 2 is around collective impact. And so this document, this prevention framework that they released, really suggests bringing together systems to map resources and then create a plan for working together. As I'm saying it, it's like, well, gosh, why haven't we done that before? But it's because it's complex. So they're suggesting mapping the resources, but also mapping the need from various data sources. And right now, we at Milwaukee County focus heavily on people that are experiencing homelessness. We have a lot of data around that. There is less data in our community in general. There are some data sources, but just less available data on people who are housing insecure, people who might be doubled up, or they might be on the verge of eviction. And maybe that's financial, maybe that's behavioral. They're people that need to leave because of a safety issue, or need to move because of a safety issue. Those are statistics that are less readily available. And so what this framework says is you need to figure out from multiple data sources, really, what are you looking at for the volume of need and what type of need? And then what are the resources that exist now? And how can we be more intentional about working together? We just created our whole whiteboard with all of these like distinct resources. And part of what makes it so hard is that they are all distinct resources, right? We got to kind of like keep up with where the resources are. If we could figure out how to bring that together in a more collective impact way, so that we are making sure that we aren't duplicating services, but that we have enough of the right type of support based on what the numbers say we need, then we could start to right size our system. And I know that we will find out. There's not even we don't have to ask this question. Do we have enough resources? The answer is no. We know that. But in doing this exercise, we will know better what types of resources are missing in this like housing, if we think about housing stability. And then we need to start advocating for that. So another part of the plan, a whole goal of the plan, is around policy advocacy and establishing as DHHS, what are our white papers? What are our thoughts about what needs to happen in terms of big P policy around housing to make sure that we can do our jobs easier and better. I will say I don't think it's going to stick, but there is currently in the governor's budget, there is money set aside for Housing First in Milwaukee County. I think that it will be quickly taken out once the legislature gets, once they are, as they're doing their work. But how cool to see that because of our housing services team's advocacy and our advocacy with the county exec's office, it's named in the governor's budget as a priority. So there's work that's happening around that, and more to come. I see, Pam, you're asking about requiring the support of federal funding. Most of our dollars for housing are federally, come from the federal government currently. So almost all of the dollars that verified word, almost all of the dollars that require that verification and that unlock the like gates to those are all federal dollars. Programs like Section 8, the Housing Authority, project-based buildings, those are also all federal dollars. So I wasn't intending to talk about this way, but I will just say, pay attention, and if you want to, on your off time, think about how you might be a part of the solution in terms of advocacy. There is a lot of threat to that funding right now at the federal level. So we have a harder fight here to think about how can the state then, of course we should make sure that we are advocating at the federal level and at the state. How can we, infuse as much as we can with state support, local support, thinking about other funding sources there. It doesn't have to just be federal or state dollars, but really advocating for that, enough funding, enough flexible funding for this work. So then, and I'm going to stop talking in a little bit, but for your role, keep working toward housing for your client. I'm sorry that I don't have any magic, here's the solution. I wish I did, but it does help us, all of us. The more that individual folks working with people are really pushing forward and advocating client by client by client. If you do work in a different system than DHHS, if you're here from a different system and you work in housing, let's figure out how we can collaborate more strongly to that point of collective impact. And send stories either to me. You can certainly send stories on your own, but I'm also happy to collect those so that we can use them for our advocacy efforts. to start to help paint the picture of here's what the need is. And then just if you have ideas, things that I, didn't cover today or things that have been on your mind, feel free to send them my way. So I have my email address there if you want to send any of those, like, let's connect and figure out how we can work together toward housing. With that, I will pause, and I just wanted to leave a few minutes for discussion we've been talking throughout, but if there are questions, immediate thoughts, I'm happy to answer those right now. Thank you. I see the appreciation in the chat. Thank you. All right. I will put my email in the chat so that you have it. We'll send out the slides, but and then it looks like this is the attendance that was just put in the chat. So make sure you click on that to get credit for being here. Thank you, everybody, for your time and for working with us, even with the technology stuff. I've enjoyed it. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Emily. You did a wonderful job. Thank you so much for presenting today. I just put the certificate of attendance in the chat. I'll put it in there again. And just remember, when you go into the certificate of attendance, you answer a few questions, and then it will lead you to another link that will prompt you to open that one and get your certificate of attendance that way.
I don't know, Amy, I don't know why I'm not seeing it in the chat where I can see the certificate.
You cannot see the chat?
Nope.
Well, that's weird. Do you usually see the chat, or is just this meeting?
Yep, I usually do see the chat.
That's weird. Okay. Do you have my email address?
Sorry.
If
you turn it off, or like sometimes if you go up to the white bar and you see the chat option, do you see that?
Oh, yep, I see the little chat circle and stuff, and I see where everybody is saying thank you, and then it took me here.
Then it kicked you out.
And all I'm seeing is people's. Okay, now I see it. Thank you. I see it now.
Thank you.
I do it
I don't know who helped, but thank you so much.
All righty. Thank you.
Emily, you manned this crowd so good. There were so many questions and so many people wanting information. You did such a good job.
I would so much rather that than everyone just like sitting in silence. So
that's hard, isn't it? Oh my gosh. That's really, really hard.
I did put the link to the strategic plan in the chat, and we can make sure we send that out as follow-up too.
I have a question.
Yes.
Currently I'm looking at the chat, but it's saying that I'm not a member of the chat, so I can't message, and I don't see the attachment for anything. It just stops.
Okay.
Like 2:28.
Do you have my email address by chance? Are you able to see the chat at all?
Yes, I can see it. I probably have to go. Let me see if I can go all the way to the top.
Let me see. I'm gonna drop mine in there just so you can get your certificate if that.
Yeah, it's doing something weird too.
The chat is?
Yeah.
Or the link?
The chat.
No, the link is okay.
I can't.
I can't even see it.
Yeah,
The last message is from
I got a
2:28.
link.
I'm going to go into the link now just to double check too and make sure you guys can get back into that certificate real quick.
If not, we know where you live. We'll get the certificate somehow.
You all know how to find me. Oh yeah, I can. No problem there.
Emily, that was very nicely organized.
So nice.
Thank
you. Such a
Very
good
nice.
presentation.
Very nice. Thank you.
I'm gonna come back to
Yeah,
you
I'm
guys.
still having the same issue. I can't see the last message on the chat that I'm seeing is from 2:28 p.m.
Yep, Gloria.
Oh wow.
Same here.
I cannot open the link again. Okay, so if you folks cannot get in, and you have my email, you can always email me. And remember this too, that so since Emily has things that she wants to send out, what will happen is all the people that registered today will get the same information. They'll get the link for the certificate. They'll get whatever Emily has. And I think that there was that post-it whiteboard too that she wanted to send out. So everyone will get that. So don't panic if you don't get it right away.
What's your email? I don't have your email either.
So it's Amy.Mabius, and that's spelled weird, so I'm going to give it to you. Moebius.
Wait, Amy, and then spell that one more time. Sorry.
Yep, Amy.Mabius, Moebius, at Milwaukee County, WI.gov. I always like to say the last part, .gov. Not everybody is a gov.
I'm not a gov.
Nope, you're not a gov.
I'm
Mary,
a com.
I think you have a gov, right?
I'm a gov. I'm a com. Sorry.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Emily's a gov.
So is it okay if I email you right now?
Sure. Yes. Go ahead.
I can send, or you can send all that stuff back to me with the certificate as well.
Well, as soon as Emily's got all the stuff prepared too, then I'll send it out to everybody.
Okay.
Everybody got 8 minutes back.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Emily. You really did such a wonderful job on that presentation.
Very nice.
So much information.
A lot of information.
Yeah.
Great.
I hope it was helpful. Have a good afternoon, everybody.
Bye, Emily. Thank you.
You too.